Hi, RD. I think everything looks good. I'm just wearing black, so anytime I like wear black, I'm like my camera is effed up, but it's not. Thank you. I was worried. I was definitely worried. Because I was doing my makeup and it was not going well. And I was like, uh-oh. Oh no. So, but I'm happy it turned out and everybody likes it. I've been using a lot of glitter lately. I don't know why. I don't know what my obsession with glitter has been, but I'm really loving glitter. Like I put glitter under the eye, on the eye, in the brow, and on my highlighted cheeks. Solid. And I didn't think, I was like, if I'm wearing black and gold, I don't think this eye makeup's gonna go, but I think it pulls all together very nicely. Oh, thank God. We did, I think we did. Actually, I'm gonna start with some farming. Is that crazy to do? I wanna do the, let's just like do a warm-up round. Because we're going pretty much into like late game. So I'm gonna do this little bitty. I'm also just waking up, so if you would excuse me. Wake up,
now where has my
stream, repeat. Yeah, I definitely want these alternate costumes. And there's more, like, I'm excited to see. But I want to, like, make sure we're caught up, you know? Smashing! I could listen to Bayonetta's music all day, but then Viola's music comes on and I'm clawing my eyes out. I'm like, yes, cunt. I love it. It's so good. I kind of want to do the default outfit just because like I'm cosplaying the default outfit right now. So if you would excuse me. Like, that's me. I even got, like, the shoulder pads right. Like, my mind is so powerful. Oh, she wears a white glove? Oh, this is embarrassing. Well. I don't want to get up, so I'm not switching the gloves. Oh, I can just leave the level. Like, what's the objective? But I can just leave. But at least that tastes good. I am an alternate costume for Bayonetta. That's what this is. That's what this lurk is. I'm like if Bayonetta got like beat up and she turned into a bad bitch WWE wrestler. That's exactly what I am. I also didn't shave, so if my stubble comes out, don't even. My family was trying to fight me today and I was like, I'm not going upstairs to shave. Oh my god, that was a lot of distance I was not expecting. Now, where did we park the car? I used to never shave and drag. I'm so real with you guys. There was like a point in my life that I was like, they won't know that I have a beard, and I had a full ass beard. I was a bearded queen. I don't know why I thought that. I was so convinced nobody could clock my beard or stubble. Yeah, I'll have to tell you about it later, Key. But, I don't know why, like, I was, like, pretending to be masculine so bad, so, like, I wanted to keep my, like, facial hair while I was in drag, because, like, when I got out of drag, I wanted to have, like, I wanted to have my, I can't even grow a beard, I grow, what is this, like a goatee? No, it's a fucking soul patch, but not really, it's my entire chin. Basically a chin strap. But I can definitely grow a mustache. If I could like give this, if I could swap with somebody that doesn't grow facial hair, I would, like, immediately, and someone that wants facial hair. It's too much.
Welcome to the gates of hell.
Exactly, like, I wish they would invent something for T, like, friends or relationships that, like, they could swap things from that are, like, inconvenient or, like, they don't want, you know what I mean? Like, I would give, like, a trans mask person facial hair, and, like, they could give me that they just don't have a lot of facial hair, you know what I mean? You get where I'm getting at? Like, I would down. Oh, God. Sorry, my eyelash. Like, literally exactly. Like, I'm impatient. Like, I don't want to, like, I'm gonna be so annoyed when I start finally taking, like, hormones, or, like, I'm gonna be like, where are they? Hurry up. Almost got all of them. Oh my god, wait, we almost do. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We just need 7 more. Work. And then we're all caught up. Hi, Belly. Literally same, Kara. Also, hi, Kara. Happy to see you. Please, everybody follow Kara Couture. I love Kara so much. And I had the pleasure of meeting them very briefly at TwitchCon. I didn't get to hang out with you a lot, but I hope we can soon. New here, I found your channel from the Bayonetta series. Hi from Mexico. Hi, Mexico. Hi, Mick. Welcome in. We're just currently farming for the alternate costumes.
My aquatic friend gotten off too.
We have all of them unlocked, but we are just getting the color stories. So I think we just got all of the yeah, now we have all the colors for this one. Let's distinguish our favorite. Like, what's our favorite color for this one? I think mine goes to the orange and teal. That's my favorite color story for this outfit. Ooh, trans rights colors definitely comes in a second. Oh, we have the new... Oh my god, this one is so cunt. Are you kidding? This color story, this black and pink accents? Oh, wow. Wow. Wait, there's another one. That is so pretty too. This is the best outfit, honestly, in my opinion. Like, it is just so organically stunning. Like, I just... Wow. Yeah, I think my favorite costume right now is this one. The pastel pinky hair with the purple and pinky attire. I can't wait to see it. I'm so excited to see it.
It's about time I got moving again.
It's about time she definitely got moving again, I think. I like that outfit, Kara. I just hate the fucking yellow lip. It bugs me so bad. I have flashbacks to when I had to do a yellow lip and it like scarred me for life. Thank you, Mia. Happy to see you for a little bit. I love you so much. Enjoy your work. Or don't. I mean, you don't have to, but you can do whatever you want. I need to go on a jewelry haul. You guys, you want to know something funny? When I was putting on these earrings, because I was like, I want to get like a gold earring. Like, I think I'm thinking, like, because I'm doing gold accents to a black like costume today. Like, let me get a gold earring. I go into my drag room. I go into like my jewelry section. I am, for whatever reason, I know I'm not doing this while I'm de-dragging. I'm losing my one earring. Like, for whatever reason, I'm always losing a single earring. I lost one of my favorite earrings. I don't know where it is. I've cleaned my entire drag room. I can't find it. It's the white one that's like kind of like 60s aesthetic. And then like very 60s mod. And then I lost my emerald green earrings. And I'm like, where are the, like, how do you lose? Like, I know I'm not misplacing them. How do you lose one earring? Like one. Like, I know I'm not just taking one off and then not putting the other one next to it. I'm like, what? How is that happening consistently? I thought about doing that look for TwitchCon next year, or PAX maybe. Also, the idea of a yellow lip and overhead lighting is terrible. Yeah,
Where has my aquatic friend
I would highly suggest maybe not doing yellow. Maybe a nude lip could be fine. I would just alternate the lip. Or like maybe in like a neon lip or something that's literally not yellow. Like literally any other color. Even a blue I think would be fine. That's saying a lot for me, because I don't like a blue lip either, but... I do like the guns. I'm just trying these new weapons. Hi Bean, hi Gabe, welcome in everybody. We're currently just farming for the last packet of outfits before we continue the story, but we are gonna finish the game today. Hi Joy, happy to see you. Avocado! I love that was the first thing she said in this game. Like, they had, like, the opening dialogue or whatever, but then the first thing she ever speaks in this game is avocado! That sounds good. Like, I like that, actually, Kara. That sounds good. Like a shimmery gold gloss. I have a shimmery gold gloss. I should have actually put it on. It's like a nude gloss with glitter in it. I've been a sucker for glitter lately. I don't know what it is. Like, glitter makes me go wild. I've never been a fan of glitter before just because, like, I've been afraid that it'll get in my eye or it gets everywhere. But, like, I literally don't care anymore. I'm like, I fucking love glitter. Excuse me, so sorry. Joy, how do you feel about a yellow lip?
Now, where has my aquatic friend gotten off to?
Also, Joy, I saw that you painted London. Stunning! Right? Am I getting that right or wrong?
It's about time I...
It's about time I... So good, Joy. Like, amazing. I wanted to reply to it, but I was like literally like in the shower. Like I was just browsing my Twitter. I don't know if anybody else does that. While I'm in the shower, I go on my phone because I'm chronically online. So I was like trying not to drop my phone. But I saw it and I was like, gag. Speed paint, really? Joy, I would literally let you paint me, like, down. Like, your paint is stunning. Whoosh! Hi, Glamour Barbie, welcome in. I want, like, gum. I just want, like, chewing gum. Is that weird? Like, I just want to, like, chew on gum. When I chew on gum, I smack my gum. I'm like so obnoxious about it. I make it everybody's issue that I'm chewing gum. I'm everybody's issue. I think I do have gum in the other room. I might go get some. I think that's fine. Like, we don't need to get one color. Like, it's fine.
Let's get down to business.
Because then we can get the color scheme in the Thank you, Glamour Barbie. I really, really appreciate it. I'm just gonna not buy this yellow one. I bought it by accident. Okay. I'm just not gonna buy the yellow. Buys the yellow. Okay. All right, so we are currently, let me try to do like a little recap of the recap. If you want to watch my playthrough, I did a 2-hour stream of the first couple of chapters, like the prologue. Then we did from about chapter 3 to chapter 11 yesterday. It was about a 8-hour stream. I'm currently uploading it to YouTube. It's not up right now, but it is processing in HD. So it'll be up tomorrow if you want to watch it. But the recap of what is happening so far, Viola is annoying. Viola has a suspicion there's something Viola knows that we don't, and she knows something about what's his name? Man. And Jean is looking for a doctor. We're traveling the multiverses. We're collecting the Infinity Stones. So Bayonetta can get a Thanos gauntlet. That's basically what's happening. And that's all you, then that's what you messed on Glee. Yes. I try to be nice. She's not enjoyable. Hi, Gayanetta, welcome in. Well, this is the one to be at, baby. Oh.
Kitty.
We're in Paris. Don't you just love to be in Paris? Paris.
If I'm going to waste time, I'd rather do it in a nice hot bath.
Okay. I'm good. Are you happy to be in Paris? Oui. Yeah, I like the way these levels look. They're very pretty. Your name is so good, Bayonetta. Literally such a good username. Like top tier. Widowmaker's right here. I'm wearing a spider earring. She's right here. She's on that roof. How could Tracer? How could you do this? Widowmaker. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. What in the world is that? Who are your favorite women in video games besides Bayonetta and John? That is a great question. And I think everybody in chat should answer it. For me, para me, I'm gonna turn this down a little bit because I'm like screaming. Sorry, guys. For me, my favorites are Juri Han from Street Fighter. Jill Valentine, like you said, from Resident Evil 5 specifically, because she's blonde and has a battle suit. Growing up, I'm trying to think of characters that helped me with my trans awakening. Okay, this one's gonna be obscure and no one's gonna understand it, but like when I was 10 years old, my dad bought me Bikini Zombie Slayers, and there's a girl named Aya. Her name's Aya, and she wears a cowgirl hat, a fur stole that's pink and goes to her puss. She wears a pink bikini, and she wears thigh-high go-go boots. And bitch, that is my woman. I love women. Aya from Bikini Zombie Slayers, One Shinabra. So good. I love women. I love Lily. Every gay loves Lily from Tekken. I love Lily from Tekken. I actually really love Amy Rose and Rouge the Bat. I don't know if that counts, but love them from Sonic. Obviously Princess Peach. Oh, I don't know if this counts either because they're not really in like video games. They were in one video game. But Starfire and Raven, Teen Titans. Lara Croft, definitely. 100%. I'm looking around my room to like see. Tiny Tina from Borderlands, one of my favorite characters of all time. Oh, here's another obscure one. Mai Shiranui. Her name's Mai Shiranui. She's from Guilty Gear, I think. And she has a high ponytail, brown high ponytail, and she has a fan as her weapon, and she's like titties out, pussy out. Like, I love her. She's from Guilty Gear, I think. Platinum the Trinity and Rachel Alucard from BlazBlue, another 2D fighter. Guilty Gear, yes. I've been wanting to get Guilty Gear Strive, like, really bad. Ooh, yes. Hi, Talos. Okay, I know this is gonna sound bad too, but I do have to do an honorable mention. I know she's like a new gen character, but honestly, one of my favorite characters in the new gen of like video games. La Sonora from Genshin Impact, she is literally the Crimson Witch of Flames, and she's like a bad bitch, and they killed her off so fast, and it made me so upset. But she is one of the hottest characters. She's so cool. Her design is amazing. Like, she is one of my top picks of like strong women in video games in the new gen. Bye from Fatal Fury. Is she from Fatal Fury? Is that what it is? Thank you, Jennifer. Oh. Yeah, do Arkham games count? Because Ivy and Harley Quinn, I'm gay. Wait, I didn't buy healing potions. Uh-oh. I'm literally gonna die. Oh, Copperhead from Arkham Origins, trans icon. Oh, Melina, yeah, Melina's 100% top pick. I love my crazy bitches. I have a list of like women that I like love.
Now you've done it.
Yes, Tira from Soul Calibur. Oh my god, there are just so many women I love. Like I have a list. Tira from Soul Calibur is one of them. Mai Shiranui, yes.
Do it. You'll pay for that. Your turn. Now's your chance.
Tira, but specifically Tira from Soul Calibur. Ivy from Soul Calibur. Ivy. I love a gilf. Girl. My 1 HP. Can I go to the store? I'm just going to the store, Agreed. Poison from Street Fighter is up there. There are just so many. I literally need like a tier list of just video games, women.
It's about time I got moving again.
I'm not moving again. I literally am dying. Okay, I know we're talking about these strong women in video games, but let's discuss this, shall we? Shall we have this conversation right now? I hate, and I'll be the voice of hopefully some others. I hate that some gay men will pull out their stand card for these women, but then they're like, ew, I don't like vagina. Like vagina, and then make like vaginas the butt of the joke. Women are beautiful, and women are not the butts of your fucking jokes, you disgusting twinks. So stop making women the butt of your jokes. And stop disrespecting women. Okay, glad we're all in agreement. Listen, okay, also, listen, trust and believe. I was definitely part of that problem in like 2014. I think we can grow and mature into people that we were before. Like, there's definitely people where you can learn, but like people that are still doing it, people that are active in the community, people that are active online, people that are active everywhere and still continue to do it and are violent about it, that's an issue. If you're a grown-ass man making those jokes, that needs to be assessed. Yeah, it's like the whole conversation about like, I will fight any, oh, I almost just said a nasty word. I gotta censor myself. I almost fought some, you know, fruitcake on Twitter because he was talking about how women shouldn't be in queer nightlife. And I'm like, so who got your back in high school? Who songs are you listening to? Whose songs are they playing at the club? Women. Women. Like, what? Such a stupid, like... I think you should say the word. Yeah, I think there's a difference between somebody that can learn and grow and isn't ignorant opposed to somebody that is literally just being blatantly ignorant and like obnoxious. Like if they're like, I don't want to learn, I just think, haha, funny vagina, like shut up. Like I will sock you in the mouth. I'll get nasty with someone like that. I will literally fight. I just think it's an interesting conversation to have just because, like, listen here, ignorant twinks of the universe. Who are you picking in Mario Kart? I know you're picking Princess Peach. Who is Princess Peach? A strong woman. So don't make her the butt of your jokes. Don't make vaginas the butt of your jokes. Let me see that Spotify Wrapped, baby. Let me see that Spotify Wrapped. I know the top 5 is all women. I know the top 5 is all women. I know it is. So... whose table were you sitting at in high school when you were getting bullied because you like dick? The girls' table. The girls' table. Not ignorant twinks and I appear. Well. Stomping on homophobes. Exactly. Let's get this roast a-cookin'. I whip my hair and I get naked. Maple, maple, maple syrup. The conversation shift. Very, very true, Nemesis. Also, okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop after this. When we have this conversation, if you're on the other side of the coin and you are that person that is maybe a little ignorant but wants to learn, but you say the words, I'm just not attracted to vagina. That is not the answer. Like, that is not from point A to point B. Like, we are not looking for you to dive deep into a vagina. Like, there is a line of respect. Like, you just shouldn't be disrespecting women like that. Sorry. Like, I don't care what you do behind closed doors. If you're gonna open your mouth in public, be ready for that conversation. That's sea life. Yes. I'm talking about maple syrup. I love maple syrup. Is that offensive? Can I like literally like this is the first boss of the level? Girl. Anyways, I think I look cunt. And I'm a woman. So, exactly. It is, yeah. I did it myself. If it looks like I did, don't say it. Hungry, please. No, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you.
Do a sweep of security.
I'm like, I don't want my straw. Like, just give me a straw.
I have you now, Papillon de Ombre. No one is above the law.
A pleasure as always.
I definitely flip my hair and I definitely get naked.
Pleasure, she says. Let's see how pleasurable you find.
We got scurvy. We got scurvy.
Time for the likes of him.
What? I'm taking you in too.
Oh my god, I was gonna play in the Street Fighter 6 beta because hashtag Capcom creator, but they sent it out during TwitchCon, so I couldn't play it.
Get back here.
And then they also wanted me to go to their booth, but I didn't show up because I was
I work late.
at the bar getting a drink. Embarrassing for me. I was supposed to stream at their booth. Like, I'm so embarrassed. Like, my biggest mistake. I didn't know.
Find the gear and Lamont.
Listen, I was hanging with Marisol and Lacroix. I was having a lovely time. So, just saying, if I'm having a good time, don't distract me. Exactly. Sorry, I need to put, I actually don't have the sensor on my stream anymore, so this is a family-friendly stream. Exactly, you're right. What if I just, like, pulled out, like, poppers and, like double-fisting poppers in a beer? This is exactly what happens. I agree.
Asking me to come along? Then we'd better be off.
What's happening? Oh. The random, like, kip up. Okay. We need to inspect. Oh, right there. I was literally about to say, let's inspect for halos, but there's one right there. I can see your halo. Anybody just tuning in, we are gonna finish this game today, so if you want to stay around, we are gonna try to finish. I'm dying. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Do it. What the? This car just blew up in my face. I just spit. Can you please? Yeah, I have no idea what's happening. I'm just kind of swinging. Tornado. Can I please? Hi, Rambo. Welcome in. Can you guys F off? I need Madame Butterfly. Gag them. And that's how you clear. I'm excited, you guys. I'm really excited. I'm excited about everything except for the end of the game. Giggles.
About time I got moving again.
Wait, you can roleplay walk? I didn't know you could roleplay walk. I strut. So true.
It's about time I got moving again.
It is definitely time she got moving again. Did you guys know that? Icebreak, thank you for the follow. Oh. I really like the desert section. I don't! Please don't say the ending! Don't be that girl! Sorry, I just locked you behind a 10-minute timer.
If I'm going to waste time, I'd rather do it in a nice hot bath.
Okay, we're good. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure we're good. Use formation.
Do it. Now's your chance.
It does say use code Nemesis at checkout on G Fuel products, as you should. So can I please? I hate having this cord. I want to play wireless. What does that say? It wants me to, do I have to use a new? Oh, I do have to use a new thing. Wait, I have a new thing? Since when?
Do it. Unleash it.
Press R.
Illuminate.
What the fuck? That was pretty. I liked that. That was cute. I like that. Remember that later? Well, someone's just gonna have to hold my hand, honestly. I didn't even realize we got a new demon. I was just like, oh, work. Oh, Jesus Christ. Not invisible enemies. Girl. I haven't gotten a single thing of extra health.
Do it. Now's your chance. Finish them. It's time for something special. Do it. Now's your chance. Do it, I'm all out.
So kind.
Now's your chance. It's replenished. Do it.
Hi, Goose. I missed you last night. You fell asleep while I was shiny hunting, and then I didn't get a shiny, and I wanted to rip my eyes out. Ow. Okay. Get wrecked. Flop. I love the frog demon. What is the significance of this? Oh, there's something up there. Hey, I want that. Hey, give it. Hey, give it. Who's making waffles? Because I want some. Oh, I see. 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 Oh, perfect. I'm out of here. Runs away. A little music. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, okay, wow.
Looks like I'm on the clock. Better find that gear quickly. About time I got moving again.
I think my favorite form is this girl. Like water nymph
Is that?
lady.
Didn't anyone teach you not to interfere in family business?
Sniper, get down! Widowmaker here. Goodbye. Hey! F you. Oh, sexily walks. Hey, everyone. The life and magic needs to be upgraded in the menu. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, I didn't know. We're gonna do it after this, though, this chapter. Mophead, thank you for the follow.
Now's your chance. Unbelievable.
I know, I'm glad they added this weapon. It's like really fierce. I love how creative some of the weapons are. Excuse me.
It's about time I got...
This might sound weird, but that looked pretty. All the carnage. That's pretty. Thank you, Alex. Okay, but actually, what does Stephanie Prince mean by that lyric? I whip my hair and I get naked. What, like, what does that actually mean? Are they separate? Like, I whip my hair and I get naked? Or like, I whip my hair, then I get naked?
Mommy!
Work. That was fierce.
What has he done to her?
Fight. Show me your ass. Ooh. Music is popping off. Hold on. Literally having a mother off. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to heal. I don't have him equipped. Why is he not equipped? Also, just 1 second. Let me serve cunt for the girls. Who's gonna stop this turkey? No, because who's gonna? What the fuck? This one. Ow. I'm already almost dead, LOL. Holy shit, we need health upgrades, because Jesus. Exactly. My wrestling name, Bayonetta. That was cunt. Oh, I love that. Like marionette. Very Oriana from League of Legends. The snap. Work. Wow. That's cunt. I love that. Music? Hey, Cat.
Just let me handle this.
Literally a cab.
Enzo on the other side of the law may be worse.
Nice reference to the first game. This is really pretty. Work. How gorgeous was that? I'm trying to do the bat thing. Okay, here we go. I was hitting the wrong button. Oh shit, I thought that was an open grate. It seems like the button changed for the bat thing. Is there like a button? Like, I don't know what the buttons are bound to. I didn't even get a tutorial for this. I don't know what buttons to put, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know the buttons. I didn't see a control scheme for when we did this, like when we started this section. I didn't think that was bad, but like, yeah, I wish I would have known what I was doing. Clock tower, like the video game? The video game I never finished and rage quit at? True. Oh, we gagged her. Oh my god, my hand hurts so bad. You have to spam it. You can't even, like, you can't hold on to it. Hi, fighting games. Oh my god, my hand actually, like, hurts. I don't like this part. Hurts. Oh shit. Thank you, fighting games. Welcome in for the night. Okay, I'm like, I've been holding my pee through that whole section, so I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. So sorry, hold on. I want to struggle to put these headphones back in, so I'm just gonna unplug and plug back in. Okay. Ugh. Not that. Just give me a second. Just 1 second. There's a lot happening in this game, and I feel like that's normally what happens, but I'm good. Feel a little overwhelmed right now, but we're good. A lot happening in the game, which I love, but I'm like, oh my god, please. Just woke up.
Mommy. Forget about me. Destroy this abomination now.
But how real is this reality we're in right now? Like, we're just in another multiverse.
Thank you, Cereza.
I love that outfit. Served cunt until she died.
And I thought we were becoming friends.
Yeah, I think you've had enough for now.
I don't know, like, I'm not entirely, I haven't played Bayonetta 2 in like, see, this is why I wanted to play Bayonetta 2 leading up to this, because I'm not familiar with Bayonetta 2 as much as I was with 1, because we just played Bayonetta 1 for the first time, and I've played Bayonetta 2 before, and I understood it when I played it, but I don't remember anything from Bayonetta 2, because I think the last time I played it was like literally a decade ago, like 10 years ago. So work, I guess. Okay, I guess we're doing a cunty chapter. I'm just kind of lost, and I kind of am just like excited to finish the game so like everybody can tell me what is what. Because I know what happens, but I know one thing that happens. Don't talk about it in chat. Like, I just think like just let, I'm the streamer, just let me experience it. But like, yeah. I'm going through a lot of emotions in my brain right now. Wait! Sorry. Burps are like sexy. Like, get you a girl that can burp.
Welcome to the gates of hell.
Okay, so you guys are saying I can buy health here. Where? Which heart? So this, yes. Moon Pearl. I'll buy one. I want health. Oh. Oh, okay, wow. Yeah, I've played it, I just don't remember it at all, so. Oops, didn't mean to press that.
Let's get down to business.
Yeah, she's gone. Fuck her. Stupid Viola bitch. This is not a safe space for Viola. I'm sorry to the Viola stans. Actually made this game so unbearable. Like, we talked about it yesterday. I just think she doesn't fit in the universe, and that's why we don't like her. And that's a valid concern. There are people, I see people, like, when I posted that TikTok, everybody was like, Nem, why are you shitting on Viola? And I was like, it's just easy. Some people make it so easy.
It's about time I...
Oh shit, yeah, I have to unlock it. My bad. It's just such a weird dynamic. Like, I just am not a big fan of, like, how the shift changes so drastically, in my homosexual opinion. Like, I play Bayonetta to, like, hear opera music, like, kind of, like, almost religious, like, religious-y type kind of, like, literally, I think the last game was inspired by, like, holy, like, figures and, like, angels and stuff, like. And, like, when she walks in, her same soundtrack, the biker jacket, it just throws it all off for me. It's just not... I think I said it perfectly that, like... That Bayonetta is so much more than a character. She's so, like, astral and, like, so iconically unique and so fantasy that when someone like Viola steps in, it's very bizarre. Good luck on your shiny hunts. Cheshire is the best thing about Viola. I agree. What? I can just summon this thing to do that? Work. Hi, SB. Hi, Red. I'm not enjoying these weapons. Probably better with upgrades. I upgraded the yo-yos? I don't think I have. Oh, we have so much more health now. What? Which one? It's funny. I think I said the same thing, Kara. I also said if Viola, like, considering she, like, comes into the game and she is like, hi, I need your help to, like, kind of save the universe. I wish she was more of, like, a high, like, this is gonna sound like weird of me. Like, I wish she was more like ethereal, like high class, like instead of like being this like weird budget, like joke character. I feel like I would respect her more, but she literally walks in as like a joke. So it's hard to like entertain that like at all, really. Like if she walked in as the butterfly character or the fairy pixie character, like her form change, I would like it more. But that is not the case. Wait a second. Hold on. I wanted to see this. What does this do? Nope. Oh, she doesn't even have a run as this form? Oh. You turn into the marionette. Work. That's funny. I like that though. Not good for mobility, but it's cute. Yeah, the combat sucks. Yeah, the yellow lip is bad. Yeah, but she's lovable. Viola's not lovable. Bayonetta is definitely lovable. So they are making a fourth? I was almost positive this would be the end of it. Well, can't wait till I'm 45 and the 4th game comes out. Is Kamiya the creator? I'm unaware. I played it and thought it was good. I don't think it's cringy. I don't think cringy's the right word for it, honestly. I think it's an acquired taste, in my opinion.
Might have something special for you.
What was that? I can't say for certain because I played 2 first. I don't know how, but I played 2 and then I played 1. And now I'm playing 3. So I'm in the group that I think 2 is probably the best game in terms of story and character development. And that's what made me fall in love with her. And then the first game is definitely like, I feel like comedy hour.
Tirez! Mais tirez, putain! Si vous vous arrêtez, vous êtes foutus!
That'll work.
Getting the locals involved, you'll pay for that.
I agree, Marshall. I think we're all out. I mean, we can have discourse about it. I don't think it's really like we're gonna ban each other over it, but I could see how people just find it. I don't know if the word cringe is for it. I just think like I don't think it's cringe. I think it's just like, I'm trying to think of a word. Maybe like trying too hard? Like falling flat? Like flatlining? I don't know. Forced maybe? Yeah, a little bit. Hi, Necro. I'm honestly surprised how I'm not like straight only attracted to women, because like growing up, I was like WWE women fighting and like WWE over sexualizing women, and then Bikini Zombie Slayers, and like always like these games that were just like titties and beautiful women. It was literally shoved down my throat of like, that was, I gasped. Did you see me gasp? Oh, I gasped.
It's time to end this madness, once and for all. May they all finally know rest.
Oh, there's like an army of them on the ground. I thought that was grass. Oh, you have problems with this game? I can't wait to hear when we finish. Why am I stuck? Girl. I'm excited to hear, Kara. I have a couple in mind, but I want to wait till the end to form like an opinion. That's why I'm kind of like staying quiet a little bit while everybody talks in chat. Like, I'm happy that everybody's like kind of like everybody in the community is being a community in chat, but I'm kind of just like kind of just taking it in a little bit. Really trying to form my own opinion. Work. The blue lip. We have a yellow lip and now a blue lip. You know I'm mad. That's the first time I've seen a blue lip look good, Marshall. I'm gonna be serious to you. In WWE, not this. I don't think it fits her at all. The mask is blue, her lips should be red. She has red accents, but her whole face is blue. Should be a red lip. In my opinion. For me. I agree. If it was a darker blue, I wouldn't mind it as much. It's like a light teal. Don't like it.
I think you have me mistaken for someone else. Mistaken? Our line of work doesn't allow for mistaken things. Too bad. Do it. Finish them. Do it. Is that your turn. Tornado. Finish them. Do it.
This is a beautiful map. Looks gorgeous. Music is a work of art. I mean,
Your turn. Now's your chance.
one thing Bayonetta games are gonna do is deliver music. Like, there's no denying the music, and the soundtrack is a thing of beauty. Oh, oh, cunt, you better. I actually like Viola's music, but it's just the way it got repeated is just ridiculous.
You're about to become very intimate with the pain you gave Matresse, ma maman. And no amount of pleading for your life will stop.
Why does that happen? Can someone answer me that? I want to know why. Why, instead of killing it, does it turn Madame Butterfly evil and fight me? I'm not mad. I just like want to know like why that keeps happening. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that could happen. Oh, really? Work. Work. The girls are putting on a 5-star match.
Get down! Who are you?
This form of Bayonetta, you know what reminds me of this form? You know what character she looks like? She looks like the mascot guy from Mario Party 8 with the crazy hat from the Wii. She looks like him. That's what I get when I see that.
Free Blanchen!
Oh, work. See, she would look gorgeous with the red lip if I say so myself. Oh, chat's up right now. What's happening? I'm scared. Oh, this is Ball's form change? Oh, I'm excited.
Good evening, mistress. Is this the new recital stage?
Oh! Beelzebub! I got chills, like I'm serious. Oh my god, the hair on the back of my neck. Oh my god, I have goosebumps. I have goosebumps. Oh my god, a rhythm game! This is everything! Holy shit, guys! I'm like gonna start tearing up. I love that this is a rhythm game. I don't think you understand. I'm like gonna literally start crying. I am so glad we experienced that together. I'm not gonna forget that moment for like, honestly, the rest of my life. That's like one of those moments when you're a kid and you're like, I remember that moment. Like when Jill Valentine took off the mask in Resident Evil 5.
With your mummy.
When Sheik turned into Zelda. That's like one of the moments I'm never gonna forget. I'm so serious too. Like, my body, I have chills and goosebumps. When you guys were like, oh, it's happening and something's about to happen, I was like I was fully like ready to be disappointed. Like, I'm so serious to you guys. I was fully ready to be like, it's not gonna be that great. I was gagged. I was gagged.
Enchanting and enticing, but I think you can show me more.
Guys, I can't go on. I can't go on to the shitty end of the game after that. I'm so serious to you. Can we stop here? I'm fine with stopping right here. I'm like literally so gagged. Guys, that was literally, let me put my glasses on that have no prescription in them. That was so like, I almost started crying. Like, I don't think can I say something? I think, wow, okay, I'm gonna be a little dramatic here. I think that is one of the most iconic moments in video game history. That has to be top 5, top 3. I'm like, are we in the same? Did we just want, like, I am so gagged. I'm gonna use the restroom and reflect on my life and how I can't be Beelzebub and cry about it. I'll be back. Wow. Wow. But what a moment. But what a moment in history. We need to teach that in history classes. Like, we should give every child, well, maybe not child, every high school student needs to acquire a Nintendo Switch and then play that chapter of Bayonetta and do a research paper on it. I'm serious. That needs to be taught in schools, that is history. That is history. Now that's history. Oh, wow. Okay, so everyone's still getting shinies and I'm not. Okay, it's fine. I understand that God hates me. I'm so glad I got to experience that on stream for the first time with you guys. Like, so happy I did. That was magical. That was This is a Viola level, isn't it? It is. Girl. Not after that. You can't make me play Viola after that. You're ridiculous. You're silly. Girl, not a Jean level. Oh my god. Not after that. Not after that iconic imagery. I love you, Jean. They did you so dirty in this game, girl. This, like, little spy thing. It was cute for a taste, but not a swallow.
Who are you?
Do you know a girl named Viola? She sent me to find you.
I know no Viola, but I believe I know why you're here.
Is this Mr. Freeze?
You're looking for a way to the Alphaverse.
Very astute, Doctor.
This is literally Resident Evil 5.
Share a purpose.
That scene in Resident Evil 5, this is literally that.
On one condition.
Condition?
It's been so long since I've had a good conversation.
Ew, bald. Sorry.
I believe that can be arranged.
Hi, bald.
After all, we have a long and eventful journey ahead of us.
Cheddar Gorgeous. I was gonna say Santino Rice.
Excuse me, best hurry. Follow me.
I don't even think he's bald, but he looks like him. Sorry. I said nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Should be useful.
Is she gonna connect the pot?
Shall we? I'll leave the driving to you, of course.
This is what I mean when I say I'm a passenger princess. Oh. Real. I want her to do that to my...
Throttle it is, Doctor.
Meow, meow. Shh, shh.
Didn't think we'd get any privacy.
This path leads
Privacy?
outside. There's a shutter at the exit, so if we can just make it there.
Okay, I like that they changed it up because this is a lot better. IMHO. Why was it a pain? I'm scared. Not you'll see. Guys! Ow. Well, I'm already gonna die, so... Can I have that?
Distant. Hear the sound.
What?
Those close by.
Hello?
See the spectacle. Evildoers, fear final.
The foot off the bike?
The platinum knight has arrived to defend the weak and innocent. QTJ is here.
Hello? Work this pussy. Work this pussy. That was kind of... She really did. Wait, her name is Cutie J. She said that? That's funny. I would literally make, if I just started drag, I would make my name Cutie J. I'm so serious. I think that's such a cute name. Oh, girl, what is happening? Oh my god, it has so much health.
Looks like I'm not the only one after you.
That's precisely why I hid in a secured location. I can't allow myself to be captured by them. It's regrettable, but I'll just have to consider the facility a parting gift. I've even prepared an explosive farewell. Ready, my dear?
I love a good show. Just say the word. I can...
Very well, then. It appears that someone didn't enjoy the fireworks.
And I'll show them what the Umbra can really do.
I'm gonna die right here.
Just a little more.
Oh, thank God. Ah! That's cute. That's cute. Well, you're probably playing on a harder difficulty. I'm just playing standard. Like, not easy, but not hard. I'm playing in the middle. I thought so too. I was gonna say she's giving very Beautiful Joe. I was gonna stream that next, honestly. It's part of my Capcom catalog. I can assume so, as Epsi? Really? I never knew that. The guy that made Beautiful Joe made Bayonetta. That explains why I love both so much. I feel like Beautiful Joe is such an underrated series. I'd love to see it make a return in the new gen. I'd love to see it make a return.
Someone I'd like you to meet. That is why I took this little trip after all.
I want to do that as a Halloween outfit. I want to do like Beautiful Joe and what's her name? Her name's Juliet. Something with a J.
I think you'll find this ride much smoother than the last.
No, I played it when I was a kid because it was one of the only things I could get from Blockbuster for the PS2. It's a retro game, love. I guess so. I'm just hearing about it now. Her name isn't Juliet. It's like it's literally like something obscure with a J. It's not even. It's not John. It's. No, it is Juliet. The girl in the second game. That's a couple's costume if I've seen one. Wait, are they related? No. They're dating. He goes, "Go, baby," and he like flirts with her. They're not related.
Doctor,
That'd be weird.
allow me to introduce my dear friend, Cereza. Cereza, this dashing fellow is Dr. Sigurd. He's come quite a distance for us.
A pleasure to meet you, Cereza. Jean has told me much about you during our trip.
Did she? I hope at least some of it was actually true. Jean has a habit of showing off for the gentleman.
Bitch!
I can see that you are very close. But that's enough chat. You've brought me here for a singular purpose, yes? To open a portal to the Alphaverse.
Yes. Sadly, I have a date with a terrible bore.
Singularity. We'll knock down his door, wring his neck, and end all of this destruction. It's time to finish this.
And Cereza, I trust you have what we need. Now, follow me to the
So
altar.
true, Ava. He's an alternate. Pretty. Snow, very. Oh, that's not snow. It's just like wind, harsh wind. Oh, it is snow. Trigger warning. It's snow.
Stand back.
I know. I want to do makeup inspired by Jean's like mug. I love the teal and red lip. I don't know how I would even get that color though. That color is like so fierce.
Cereza, place the Chaos Gears in their proper locations.
Thank you, Shaw.
Come to see us off. If you're looking for a ride back home, you'll have to wait for the next one.
The vermin don't know when to quit.
If this device is damaged, we'll never be able to open the portal again.
Doctor, you just keep working. Jean?
Oh, I thought I had to fight. Just a cutscene. Work, girls. Work, divas. I know, I forgot that's coming out in a new Lara Croft game. Nom nom. This is my last Peach Ring Sonic G Fuel. I'm very sad. I'm gonna have to ask my manager to get me more. I love Tomb Raider Legends. That's such a good game. It's camp. Love the soundtrack right now. So stunning. What a beautiful game this is, like, actually. Who is this bald fuck? Hey! You're not allowed to do that.
Damn! The portal will close.
Shaufi Balzac!
Mother. Just so, it's so weird seeing like a bald, just random character in the universe, because Bayonetta's all about like hair. I'm trying.
Go, Cereza. You're the only one who can end this.
Then I'll leave this lot to you. Promise I'll be back in time for drinks, alright?
Cereza will return. Count on it. And until she does, there won't be a finger on this thing.
Can you really defend it against all of them? It gets destroyed, then our chances are...
Don't you worry about that. I'm more than enough for them.
I don't trust him. Excuse me, before the fun begins, let me do an outfit swap, if you know what I'm saying. That's how it would happen IRL. I'd be like, excuse me, enemies, I'm gonna do an outfit change really quick. A bug just scared the shit out of me. Like, it literally just went by my face. I literally just got jump scared. That scared me. Me this morning. I woke up to like 500 angry text messages. I was like, please, where is the class? I'm just trying to get in my makeup and look pretty. Oh, she fell, bitch, and she fell hard. Well, this is pretty. The music. Ugh. So good. Oral? Is that a request?
How thoughtful of you to meet up halfway. You've saved me a bit of time. Shao Fi Bon.
Mother. Gag him. I want to do that kind of a look, like blue skin, dark eyes. Like that's fierce.
Let's see you earn it, shall we?
Work. Oh, work. Oh, I love how you can play as her right now. How fierce is this? Potato salad, thank you for the follow. Oh, yes, back. Yes. Oh, oh. Come at me, bitch. Fight me, bitch. I'm missing! Why is it so far away? Why are none of my attacks hitting? None of my attacks are hitting. I'm getting angry.
We just have to take our time.
Hi, Demo.
All right, just one left.
Okay, not to shit on another game, but after playing this, with everything happening in this game, there should be no reason Pokemon Scarlet and Violet lags when I enter the water.
What are you doing here? Always getting in over your head. I'll take care of you.
It's not bad, it's just glitchy.
That's right. I'm going to take you back home.
The thing in her face. Okay. Mike Wazowski'd.
Are you frightened, Luke?
The way I'm not concerned because she just rips her heart out all the time, so I'm like, girl. Like, wow, you stabbed her. She does that often.
Poor thing. Let me help you.
Okay, for the rest of the game, just for cutscene purposes, I'm just gonna stick to this.
Wipe that look off your face, Luke. It doesn't seem
Not what I wanted.
The truth is that you're a clumsy fool.
Gag him.
And I can't imagine life without.
Ever since I was a kid, there's voice in my head. Telling me to seek the truth. Listen to me. You've always worked that okay. That's why I believe I don't like it. It's marvelous. It's the pathetic nobody. Yes. I only got what was coming to me.
Oh, boo-hoo, you're just another guy. I'm not like the other guys. Shut the fuck up, girl.
Got it all out of your system?
She said, are you finished venting? Said, I don't give a fuck what you say. Let's go home, girl. You lost me.
You have no fucking right to call me by that name.
But when is it? So, okay. So Caricatura says this is the lingering inner darkness within Luca after he fell into the clouds and got erased from reality. So when does Luca suddenly have, like, it's lost me because I'm like, when does Luca ever exhibit this before this game? I just don't get it. Thank you, AB Hero. Okay, I'm glad everybody's like in the chat, like, yes, Nem, you're with us. I'm like, I don't get it because before he's just a joke character, and I'm like, so, and he's just like a horny bastard, like literally. We'll talk about it at the end of the game. Everybody, I feel like we're gonna get ahead of ourselves. Let's discuss this further when we get to that. Oh, word. Thank you, Ghosted. I haven't even been using my demons. I'm just like, let me fight by myself. Well, he kind of like counters the demons anyway, so. Oh, bodysuit. Plus. Yeah, everybody, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's wait till the end game and then we can discuss our thoughts on this. So we're all in it together and we know what happens.
Luca.
Yeah, it's bad, Chris. Girl, you can't be serious.
Pity. Bayonetta.
Eye roll emoji.
Luca.
Fear not, for he is at peace. It seems we have been drawn into the Alphaverse.
Who is that?
Bayonetta, come here.
Is this the homunculus nerve center?
It would seem so. He must have sacrificed one of his own counterparts to control the homunculi from here.
His own counterpart?
Okay, everybody, I'm begging.
Has to be.
Until the end of the game. We're like, everybody's like hinting at it. Let me please, 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 chat. Let me experience this.
Dr. Sigurd.
Well, you did this, Viola. Like, you literally...
It's the real singularity. Fuck!
We've been had.
I knew I couldn't trust him. But Viola's fucking dumbass started this. She literally told us to get him.
Very helpful. But that will be quite enough. Goodbye, John. Our time together was short, but unforgettable nonetheless.
Worst thing they could have ever done.
Once its purpose is done, all life.
Yes, she's dead. That's how she dies. That's one of the spoilers I knew.
Now, mine begins.
So stupid. I think it's because he's taking her power and like used the homunculi to kill her. Like all the realities. Cheap gag. Doesn't even feel like a character death. To just kill her like that is silly. I'm gonna pretend she didn't die. Yeah, she's dead. That's how she dies.
Come, children. Let's go home.
This is just one outcome.
I mean, again,
But the
common
possibilities
Viola
are
L.
endless.
She's such a dumbass. It's literally all her fault. Like, it's actually all her fault.
the Alphaverse was always just a decoy. He wanted us here, and away from Thor. That means... Sean. We're trapped here. No way out. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom, but I'm going to, once again, I'm politely asking, and I'm gonna start having mods time people out. Please, please, we are at the final stretch. Please let me just experience this without being like, I knew that was gonna happen, or look at the books and this explains, or this is so obvious, and I just want to, I'm about to close chat and just like experience this. Let's not ruin the party. We can all do this together. So I'm gonna use the bathroom. Let's all reflect. And I'll be back. We can finish this game. Dun, 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 dun. No, I got spoiled of two things in the game. So I knew John died before I even bought this game, and I didn't even buy this game. Like, I wasn't gonna buy it because I knew John died. Who subscribed? Basketball, thank you so much for gifting a sub to the community. And yeah, stress peeing. I knew Jean died, and I know one thing at the end of the game, but I don't know the other part. So I am happy that I was gifted this game. Everybody go follow my friend that gifted it to me. But yeah, I knew, like, I knew some of the spoilers, so I was hesitant to buy it, and that's why I didn't want to buy it. You all for listening, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, like, it's not like I've like watched someone beat the game. I'm just really want to experience this. I have to get this drink open, but I have nails on, so that's gonna be an experience for me. I've also never tried this flavor. It is G Fuel Blue Bomber Slushy Mega Man flavor. Isn't that cute? Look at the little can. Very cute. I love all of the stuff G Fuel does, like all the collabs and stuff. It's so fun. Hi, House Mirren. Marshall, are you present in the chat? Okay, Marshall's dead, so rip. Marshall's dead like John. I actually do need, sorry, I know I just said we were gonna finish it. I do need to get something to chew on, because I'm starving. I'll be a second. What time is it? I can't see my clock. It's 10 something. $10:37. Perfect. I could have just looked at my phone, but I had it shut off. I just want to get like bread. Like I just want to like eat like a loaf of bread. And I got bread. So that's all that matters. Not like that. I didn't get bread. Don't take that somewhere. Ooh, would love that. Literally eating our hamburger bun.
Events are the truth I was shown.
I don't care.
Now, let the hearts of all Arc-Atoms gather here as one.
Thank you, Marshall. Perfect.
Hey, Cerecita.
Hey, Daddy. Sorry. Wow.
I finally figured out what the truth is. Bayonetta, my purpose is to get you to where you need to be. Look. That vortex is singularity absorbing this world's energy.
Luca, what are you trying to say?
Your mom! Well,
I'm going to use it to send you two home.
I keep making family jokes.
From there? But how?
Wish I knew just what to say at a time like this.
You don't have to. You're a clumsy fool, but you never fail to impress.
I look just like her. When was he taller than her? This doesn't. Hey!
Later, Violita. Goodbye, Bayonetta. I'll always love you both.
Okay. Would anyone like to share a hamburger bun?
Treasure!
Maddie?
Bayonetta, come on! Of course, Kitty. My name is Viola! My name is Viola!
Yeah, I love Cheshire. Oh my god, yeah, Cheshire amiibo. I'd pay like thousands for it. I'm serious. Oh hey, it's the beginning of the game. I wish they would keep making amiibos because I love amiibos. I have so many of them.
Kitty! Luca!
I whip my hair and I get yummy food. Oh, this is Manhattan? Work, maybe we can find the place I used to live. Maybe we can find Maddie. I see you over there, Maddie.
The destruction has stopped. Why? Is that...
I actually like this flavor. It's pretty good.
Archive Origin, what are you doing here? This is a world of my definition. You do not belong.
But here I am, and that's the truth. Maybe you forgot to carry the one.
Oh my god, it's Taboo from Smash Bros. Final boss, Subspace Emissary. Please.
Tu o ia Bayonetta. Mira da conceal oro ananaere. I pavis non qua venite. Ababado te li oran.
Girl. Maddie, watch out! Maddie! Someone save Maddie! She's in that building! Not this episode of The Nanny. I feel like if Maddie was like in an end of the world scenario, Maddie would not take it serious. Not I gotta insta live this. Like Maddie would be in like a burning building and Maddie would like, the building would collapse and Maddie would put her hands up and go, wee! Like fully. Maddie would be like, so can we watch SpongeBob now? Like... I blocked! I did. Girl. So anticlimactic. Oh, Mr. Sheffield. Oh. I blocked. I did. Lois Griffin as Bayonetta. Pina! Pina! The end of the world is here. Pina! Girl, this is boring. Can we stop? This is the worst game of rock, paper, scissors I've ever played. Why is her eye bleeding? She smizes! I must have smized too much. My eyes bled, girl. Not a Kamehameha. Well, we know space isn't gonna kill him because the frickin' first game was we were out in space and bitch wasn't dead, so we can't count our chickens before they hatch.
To the moon without me. Can't have that.
Yeah, nice reference. Oh wow. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? The balance tips in my favor. But did Mighty survive is the question. Perhaps.
Maybe that's how things work where you're from. But I prefer to make my own truth.
Is that a Torah? Oh, the boobs. I just saw boobs. Oh, the music here. Oh. Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on. I don't need to hear all the grunting, like, honestly. I thought you were being serious. I was like, why is half the city of New York missing, Maddie? How does that make sense? But I forgot, it's a bit. Same. This would be unbearable with no health. I'm glad you guys told me to do that. Oh, wow. Okay. This is fucking crazy with two of them. Got gagged. Wow, that just took one out. That killed them, actually. Wow. That actually hurt my hand a lot. Work. Period. Fucking period. Yellow lip can go. Period. Oh, I love how they're all using their abilities. Period. Don't die again. Let's cut it out. She loves to return at the moon. One thing John's gonna do is return at a moon scene. Multiverse of Madness. Multiverse of Sadness, because John is actually dead, but it was just a vision. Oh my god, it's like the start of the game. Let me stretch my hands out. Wow. Oh, I love that. Oh, that's cool. That's cunt. Oh, this is literally the start of the game. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at all the health it's got. Beautiful soundtrack. I'm in it. Girl. That didn't even chip away at his main health. It was just that. Wow. Oh my god. My god! Girl, we're gonna run out of health. even do anything to his house! Insta-killed Madame Butterfly. Purple fucking tunnel. All right, hold on a second. I can't with this. Like, this needs to get out of here. This guy can stay. We need DPS right now. Like, we just need DPS. What weapon is that? Hello? Casually uses a costume at the end of the game. Casually uses this weapon set at the end. I should have healed while I was in the menu. Oh well. Fun. Oh, he's in a little orb.
You're not getting nervous, are you?
Oh fucking lord, they're gonna make me play as Viola right now.
What's wrong?
Touch my hand while I can.
Having trouble running the numbers? Don't count me out just yet.
Is there a problem?
I'll be the one who decides. The truth will be.
Bastard!
You did promise me not to be back.
She's such a pathetic character, like, actually.
But no matter what you decide, our reunion here must come to terms. As was this woman's big Viola.
I'm gonna ignore what she just said. Till I understand. Hilarious, even. Huh? Oh, that's kind of gaggy. Work.
You all seem to be having a good time. Awfully rude of you not to invite me, don't you think?
Wait. I'm not looking at chat. Like, I'm seriously not looking at chat. I know someone's gonna say something out of pocket. Wait! Oh my god! Oh, I gasped. Oh, I gasped. Wow.
It looks like only the three of us made it this far. Oh, and the young lady.
Wait.
That's enough, yes? To prove phenomenal affirmation isn't absolute after all.
I'm actually gagged.
All right. Just try to predict what the lot of us will do next.
Yes! The infinite health? That was such a gag. Like, actually, I wasn't expecting that. Don't mind me. Just healing. The way she got her, please.
I told you your struggle is pointless. No matter how many of you defy, you are no more than twigs you scratch out your disgust.
Finally, something useful. All right, well, that didn't last long. My God.
Only I can determine the truth of this world. And none among you can shake it.
I rooted for her for a second. I was like, maybe I like her.
You still don't realize just how stubborn I am, do you? No matter how many of me there are, that doesn't change. That's my shocking
I suppose I see you as small, and this is our truth.
I didn't even realize the reference to purple. Never even noticed that until now. Work. Oh, that's cunty. Period. Ah, here she comes. Finally. Lord, be with me. Can't she change into her... Oh, hey, buddy. Dumbass. Classic Luca.
Sorry to keep you ladies waiting.
See, this is the Luca I know.
It was a bit hard to find you with all the rubble.
How is it to exist here and now?
Ow.
You never cease to amuse me, Luca.
Are we gonna kill the threat in front of us before we have a
I
moment?
could imagine worse men to spend my last moments with.
Hey, you're the only one I want by my side.
We've got to keep her safe.
I know. She's the one who's going to keep our truth alive.
Yeah, or maybe we could just sacrifice her and survive ourselves.
How could anyone resist?
I'm formulating my thoughts. How do you guys hear lyrics? 'Cause I just hear the pretty lady singing and I'm like, wow, nice.
Oh, you've done it.
Oh! I have thoughts, but I'm gonna keep them for the end. Many thoughts, actually. Probably a whole hour of thoughts.
When you fight for what you believe, you can change anything.
Oh, shut up! Tumblr, like, Facebook post. If you believe you can achieve... Shut the fuck up, Luca. Could he have not done that and then gotten Viola?
Bayonetta?
Is that you? I can't see anything. Can't hear anything.
Then how did you just hear Luca? What do you mean, is that you? You clearly heard something then.
She's okay. Seems like we always find each other whenever she needs us.
And we've already come so far.
Fate brought us here together. And it will never tear us apart.
What?
We'll always be together, Cereza.
No, Luca. We've always been together.
Girl! Bayonetta, this isn't you!
Lovely.
This isn't you! Wake up, Bayonetta! Wake up!
Forever be in my heart.
Ew, why is his face like distorted? Is he an alternate? He's an alternate. Girl! What? Y'all crazy.
Mommy! Moonlight breaks the night. That could not end.
Maybe if you were actually important and did things, please.
I'll hold you once again. A face that looks like
Yeah, the spoiler I knew was that Viola's dad was Luca, but I didn't know that Bayonetta was the mother. That is stupid. That is stupid. That's the ending! No way. No, 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 no. No, that's not the ending. No, 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 no. You're lying. No. No. You're lying to me right now. You're actually lying. Wait, that's not the ending. You're lying, actually.
we are as one. Our bond cannot be undone.
There's post-credits. Girl.
Fearless within your eyes. We must try one for
We are going to wait for our opinions. We are waiting! If you can't tell, I'm very aggravated.
because you told me so.
We're waiting for post-credits. I'm waiting. Plucked. Bothered.
We see visions unfold from embers we rebuild. Together, let's find hope. Our fate
Oh, sorry.
These ties will never.
I know, I'm gonna be fucking 30 years old when the next game comes out. Like, actually. Not even. I'll be like 35.
To consume the darkness and the light.
I'm gonna get. This is gonna get muted. I know it's not. I know it is. I'm gonna get copywritten. I will tell you after the post-credit scene, Joe. Yeah, everybody spam chat when I need to mute the VOD. Or mute the audio. The Drag Race lip sync move. I need a cigarette. This song is beautiful though, I will say. And this whole like credits is beautiful. Regardless of how we feel. Hi Curtis, I love you. Girl. Okay, so I mute probably now. I'm ready to like mute. Okay. Oh wait. I have the button ready to mute.
What the hell is this?
Oh, this is a joke.
You're just the darkness Arkeep left behind. Call me that. hang on. Rewind. My name is Viola, and you're never gonna fucking forget it.
Literally die. Like, drop dead. Sorry. Hmm. 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 I'm trying to get through it. I'm trying to get through it. We're in it together, guys. I'll do it for all of us.
My name is NemesisLacroix, and I'm gonna do this for everybody, and don't you forget it! Meow.
I could not roll my eyes harder. Don't you dare say Viola would fit in Kingdom Hearts. She doesn't belong anywhere. She belongs in the dumpster. Sorry. Harsh? Reality. Why is she literally May from Guilty Gear right now with the anchor? Can we wrap this up? I literally don't want to go through a full fight of this, like, actually. Oh, I did the parry, you guys. I did the parry. At the end of the game, I finally did the parry. This is literally May from Guilty Gear. Girl! Oh, I did it again. I'm like literally not gonna die at this. Like I will not be doing that. Oh, would you like me to? Bring it on! I think that's the point. They want her to not look anything like her parents, so it's a gag. Which is stupid as fuck. Like, literally stupid. Like, Viola, you have no inhabits of your parents. And, oh my god, I could go on for hours. I could actually go on for hours. I'm not gonna dive into that right now. We're saving it for the end. Saving our thoughts for the end. Can you kill this bitch already? Like, why are you so weak? Can you do something right with your life? Because your entire life you've been shit. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I don't have a lot of health items and I'm really taking the L right now. Oh, I wish it stabbed her in the face.
Help here, Daddy.
Why does she, like, you are a grown girl. Stop saying daddy and mommy. That feels fan servicey, like having her say daddy and mommy. Oh, the soundtrack we've heard the entire game. How fun. Nothing new, nothing fresh. Okay, but also they make it stupid. We're saving it. We're saving. My lips are sealed. Guys, I don't care because Bayonetta's a good character. Viola isn't. I have no filter now. I don't. There's no reason to like her, like, actually. People think
your last lesson,
we're saving it. I'm saving it. I'm quiet. I'm silent.
But
we're saving it.
Someone who's grown so much, perhaps the gift of a new name is in order.
Don't.
Thanks, Mummy. I'll treasure it.
Oh, girl, no, don't you dare. Don't you dare. I'm not looking at chat. I muted it. Okay, I did. So that was it. Don't make me play. Don't make me play right now. Stop. The way I didn't do anything. Okay. Work. Yeah, if you guys don't like swearing or like very aggressive yelling, I would suggest leaving now before we get to the conversation at the end of the game. I like actually don't have to play these scenes they're putting me in because there's no health bar. You missed. What a dumbass. Shut up, Kara. Jesus Christ, I'd lose my mind. At least I'm pretty. I'm actually the Bayonetta 4 model. This is her design. I almost just fell back in my chair. That scared me. Let it be known. I'm waiting till the post-credit. I'm really trying to wait, you guys. I have so much to say. Like, so much to say. This is like if I were to get on Drag Race, like, I would have to tell everybody. Unmuted. Where do we go from here, like, actually? Well, I want post-credit stuff. I mean, post-game stuff, so... Like... All these people working on this game, but they couldn't make a good decision for the ending. Sorry. I'm so sorry. These people don't deserve that. I'm scared for the amount of thoughts and opinions we're all about to share in the chat. I wish that this worked. I could be like, let's scroll the iPad for all my notes. Yeah. I'm gonna fully do a disclaimer before we go on this rant, too. Let me say mine first, because I'm pretty. I want to be important and say mine first. I got all dressed up to the end of this game. Like, I got so dragged up for a shitty ending. Oh, I know Rodon's gonna be plucked.
Ow! What the hell? Jesus, that hurt. Watch where you're going, asshole. Oh, it's you. Get that prescription checked, will ya? Hey, hold on. Remember that last job? The one you half-assed? The adder almost took my head off for that shit.
I already hate this.
No, nobody you know. Yeah, I know. The baguettes, right? Forget about it. I'm coming straight home. Honest. Direct with the good stuff, fresh from the oven.
Playing hooky again, huh? You know, I'm the one who has to hear it from your pops when you decide to turn my place into study hall.
Oh, I hate her. I hate
School's
her.
closed today. It is, seriously. So anyway, got anything good for me? Something where I can let off some steam?
Got a leaky roof, truck salvage.
Why won't they show her face all of a sudden? What is she, Ethan Winters? What is this Resident Evil 8 bullshit? Just show her fucking face.
Cheshire! What?
Viola, that's coming out of your cut for this one. So's his kibble.
Was this like post-credit scene like actually necessary?
Shit, my
No.
bad. Forgot to use the family name.
Don't you dare.
Be back by curfew. Bayonetta.
No. No. We're not.
Okay. Let's dance, baby!
I am not doing this. No! Okay, so this says to be continued in the new generation. Sure. I just wanted to let it be known I have been harassed, bothered, literally people begging at my front door at my stream like, Nem, you need to play Bayonetta 3. And this is what we got. Like, y'all wanted me to experience that. That's the first thing I have to say. Y'all wanted me to experience that. Who's gonna clean this up? The new Bayonetta? Oh, let me use your family name, Viola. You wanna clean this up, Bayonetta? Bayonetta, my fucking ass. Literally fucking die. I'm so bothered. Congratulations for what exactly? For what exactly? What are you congratulating me on? Don't look at me. Don't speak to me. The creator said if you don't like the ending, you shouldn't play the next game. I won't. And none of us should. Nobody asked me to play the next game. Like, actually, nobody asked me to play Bayonetta 4 when it comes out when I'm in my 30s. I will actually probably lose my mind and start becoming a serial killer. I'm dead serious. I will be on the national news. I will go crazy.
Bayonetta.
I don't see the point in, like, if you see me visibly angry, why poke the bear in my chat? Putting that out there.
Let's get down to business.
Okay. Obviously, I'm upset at the ending. Let's talk about the positives. Anyone? All right. Okay, I'll actually start to dive into this. I think, yes, I think if we're gonna be serious on a serious note, I think the ending is the worst possible thing this series could do. And let me tell you why. Not just because I don't like Viola, but there have been children in each Bayonetta game that have been likable to an extent, kind of annoying, not unbearable. That we didn't make Bayonetta. We didn't claim them. We didn't magically interpret them into the family. This game, however, they introduce a new character and they're suddenly like, that's Bayonetta's daughter. We're gonna make a family. We're going to craft a story around son or daughter, father, and mother. Why? No reason for it. On top of that, Viola is nothing special. Nothing special. She is default Dan. Default me creation. I don't understand how you can look at me in the eyes after playing Bayonetta 3 to the capacity and tell me seriously that you think Viola is a good character and you like her. Seriously. I'm dead ass. You can't play that ending post credit scene after you see what happens to one of the baddest bitches in history of video gaming in general. Two of them, Jean and Bayo. And look at me in the eyes and tell me that you like Viola. I understand. Okay, here's my other thoughts. Lots of noise in the chat. Probably gonna be lots of noise in the video description on YouTube. That this is another universe. This is not real. Jean and Bayo are real. That's not my point here. Do you understand? Creator himself has said if you don't like this ending, don't play 4. The game sets up Viola to be the main character of 4, of Bayonetta 4. We're stuck with her. Stuck. That's my issue. We are stuck with someone with no fashion sense, and we're stuck with a joke character. We're stuck with her. There's gonna be an entire story dedicated to her. An entire story. Do you realize that? An entire 14-hour non-stop gameplay of her. Of her. Bayonetta, Cereza, whatever the fuck you want to call her, and Jean are gonna be side characters to this dumb fuck. Side characters. Side characters. I'm like at a loss for words. I also don't understand the entire story is trying to hint at Viola's parents being Luca and Bayonetta. When did they have her? I don't get it. Luca doesn't act like that with his like furry habits. Bayonetta doesn't act like she needs a husband. In the last 2 games, she just doesn't want him. Yeah, I got it, but I don't. It doesn't make sense to just do that. I hated. Okay, little detail we can discuss briefly. I hated that the pacing of that final boss. The gag of Bayonetta about to die, and then she brings in the old Bayonettas from alternate universes, and then that doesn't kill the boss. But when Luca comes in with Viola, after the fact the Bayonetta's just served cunt, why wasn't it reversed? Why didn't Luca come in first, and then the Bayonettas finished it off? Like, what was that pacing? That was so bizarre. You know what this reeks of? And y'all are, if you know me, you know what I'm gonna compare this to. This is exactly, ironically enough, the 3rd edition of this. This is exactly what happened in Total Drama World Tour. They made Duncan and Gwen fall in love for no fucking reason, and Gwen would never fall for him. Never! And they randomly just made that storyline out of nowhere. This is exactly what happened. It's so fan servicey. It's so fan service. It makes me sick. I can't believe they did that. That is so disgusting. That they... Rodon makes the weapons for all the Bayonettas, but they've never crossed paths at the gates of hell since there's only one. What does that imply? I don't get that. Yeah, me neither. They made a series where a first woman saves the world from literally heaven and hell, practically by herself, and then the multiverses are in danger. She needs a man to help her get, because she's not strong enough. Yeah. Who is the person that wrote this game that everybody's talking about in chat? Okay, but so he didn't write 2 and 3. I mean, 1 and 2 is what you're saying. No, he did. Interesting. So what you're saying is that interesting. So what you're basically telling me is that men ruin everything. I think we can agree on that. Who's with me? Okay, let me say this. Let me say this. Let me take it an extra step from just this game. I think this game, the ending, especially from actually start to... No. Okay, this game series, let me say this, and you can take this however you will. I think in my mind, this makes sense. This game, from the start of Bayonetta being a strong woman that saves the world herself, and she's like, this game is basically female empowerment, to eventually leading up to being one of the worst endings in video game history, tarnishing a woman's like intuition and basically slandering women because they need men to save them. I think this video game, like that start to finish, needs to be studied. It needs to be assessed. There needs to be a documentary on it, because that is the definition of either toxic masculinity or how men can ruin society. I'm dead ass. I don't mean to be like literally like the feminist of the internet or like the most woke person on the internet, but like that needs to be studied. Like this needs to be studied actually. Like I have never seen a more perfect, like symbolic, like how men genuinely ruin everything. Like wow. In game and the person who wrote this. I want interviews. I want receipts. I want it all. Yeah, I agree. I just don't understand like why they're so out of character. So when I wasn't playing this game, right, before, when I saw everybody tweeting, especially at Riot Hylia on Twitter, and he is my news source for Bayonetta news because he's a big Bayonetta stan and he also makes a lot of League of Legends skins, and he's a great like person of the internet, so I trust his vision. When he was talking about this game and he was talking about how Bayonetta doesn't seem like herself, I completely see it. I just have no idea why she acts the way she does in this game, especially towards the end. She acts like herself, but her intentions are so bizarre of protecting the wrong people. Like, Bayonetta does right, but she wouldn't do some of these things that she's doing in 3. Yes. I don't understand that. Especially from like everything they've been through. Also, I was thinking about this while I was fighting the final boss. Since there are alternate realities, doesn't that imply that the boss from the first and second games still exist? Like, I get it's a different Bayonetta, it's such a cop-out, but the game makes a point to say Bayonetta 1 and Bayonetta 2 are different characters. I think the plot is just a mess. Yeah, quite literally in the final boss, they established that there's two. Right. She kind of stood there when John was in danger, but like when Luca was in danger, it was the end of the world. So, okay. Jesus. Okay. So there's only one Enzo. But no, they make a point to say he's in the... Oh, okay. There's only one Radon. I was gonna say. It doesn't make sense if there's one Paradiso and one Inferno. How can Bayonetta be one in two separate universes? They can't be... They can't both have defeated God. Okay, I might be wrong here. Paradiso and Inferno are heaven and hell? What does that mean? I'm not really a big, like, stan of the franchise, like, knowing the intricacies. I just know, like, what happens in the series. So there's one Paradiso, one Inferno, and then a bunch of multiverses. Enzo appears in the murals of Egypt. That's funny. Luca has alternate. Okay. This is mess. This is dumb. Like, just dumb. So, how do you think Bayonetta should have ended to me? I have always thought that they would kill her off in the final game, like in some epic way or something like that. Not have her clunky daughter become and make the whole storyline, if that makes sense. I agree. In a way, I almost would have passed the torch to Jean. I think that's where the game needs to go. I just don't understand, like, in a technical standpoint, if Bayonetta is gonna die, why introduce a brand new character and then have her get the torch in the new generation? I just, like, have no idea how that makes sense. Yeah, I agree with Marshall. Marshall says, I get that character descriptions explain everything, but you shouldn't have to read the character descriptions to understand the plot, especially with all these cutscenes. It's literally what happened to the Devil in Me. It was just so, like, it was dumb. What I need is Bayonetta game centering with John's romantic relationship. I agree. They want more games, though. I think a decent successor could have happened. I agree. I just, like, if they're gonna have a successor, I just don't understand how Viola fits in, like, at all. Like, I'm really trying to take my feelings out of not liking Viola. Like, I really am, guys. Like, I really am. But she has no place taking the spot of Bayonetta. Like, the entire story she had in this, she had nowhere to stand. Like, and I understand maybe 4 will strengthen her character, but she doesn't fit. Like, it just doesn't work. And sometimes things just don't work. Like, it doesn't work. It just doesn't. I'm sorry. I feel like if they introduced maybe like, I don't know, like just a boss bitch, like Lobra, like they introduced so many new characters across the years of like, and you can do it right. This was dumb. Like Loba from fucking Apex Legends, or Widowmaker from Overwatch, or fucking Rosalina when she was created in Mario Galaxy. Like there are so many ways they could have taken it, but they literally just made her a joke. Like they just made her a joke, like actually a joke. Like there was not even an effort to make her, like there wasn't even an effort to make her like this boss bitch that's gonna take the crown. Like we're stuck with her. It's not that we don't like her. We're stuck with her. There's no one else to play in for. We're stuck with her. I can't respectfully say I'm ever gonna play Bayonetta 4 if they center the whole game around her. Like, if they can create Bayonetta and Jean, they can create another bad bitch. It's just that simple. I'm not gonna fight everybody on how, like, I can have an opinion on if I don't like Viola, and I understand, like, yeah, the game has to go somewhere else. I'm not with it, and that's okay. And if you are, that's fine. But, like, I just don't understand, like, we don't have to, like, literally be like, Nem, you're wrong. Like, I can have an opinion. Like, this ending of the game was shit. It's just real. To me, para me. What do you want me to do? Kiss Viola's feet? Like, I don't like her. And that's okay. Some people don't like each other. The problem is that they didn't make an effort. Like, I just don't. No, honestly, we can't even say like. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't laugh. This is okay. You can't say it's hard to make a new character when they didn't even try with Viola. There was no effort into making her a bad bitch. She's literally a joke. Like, actually. She didn't hold her weight, I agree. She's likely better having a standing and taking the mantle if she had actual history. Yes, yes. It's exactly that. That's what I'm saying. Like, honestly, yeah, they put a lot of comedy in her and they forgot to make her good moments. I don't know, guys. I'm like really disappointed. Like, okay, final thoughts in terms of like this game. We can talk about it forever. Like we literally can. And we can sit here and talk about it for hours if we wanted. I honestly think the game, pretty solid. Definitely worth the $60 price tag. I would not buy it myself if I'm gonna say anything. I'd maybe buy it on $40, maybe at sale at like Walmart or something, but like, I think it's worth the money to buy. Like if it's like gonna be a AAA game that's expensive, because I think there's a good amount of content. I think don't even play the last chapter. Like, don't even play the last chapter. Like, I just wouldn't even play it. Like, it actually has brought me so much anger that I'm not interested in getting these costumes now. Like, I'm really not, actually. I was at the end of the other chapter, and now I'm not. I don't want to play this game. And knowing more about the creator, I don't want to. Obviously the negative things about this game is the ending. Viola definitely is not great. I just like don't really know if I haven't liked that storyline, if I'm honest. I don't like the multiverse storyline. I think it's an easy way out. I think it's a dumb like storyline. I think the basis of 1 and 2 had a good structure, but just like completely being like, yeah, there's like 500 multiverses or whatever bullshit, and then I think it's such a weird cop-out. I agree. And also, everyone keeps mentioning it in the chat. They had 8 years to flesh this out. They even extended the release date. What was taken in those 8 years? You're gonna tell me they took 8 years to make that ending in Viola? You're gonna tell me they took 8 years to put Bayonetta in a yellow lip? You're gonna tell me they did 8 years to put Jean in a coffin with Bayonetta there? Right. Right. Okay. Right. Definitely the worst written game in the franchise. I agree. I don't know, Devil. What was Singularity's goal? Control destruction? I guess just ending the world. I mean, he didn't really have a character development either, which was kind of stupid. I just don't, I'm with Key on this one. I'm done with this franchise after that. I'm honestly like, people can like things, people cannot like things. I'm a strong hater in this after that. Like, I am not... Yeah, I'm shocked. I don't know if there's anything else really to say, if I'm honest, guys. I also hate that all we have to rely on is guesswork. I argue that is bad storytelling. I agree. I strongly agree with that too, Final Fantasy. Can't believe Bayonetta 3 never came out. I would honestly rather it that way. I think there's a clip of me saying the franchise is gonna halt after 3 because... No, I think there's a clip of me saying specifically, there has been so much hype from Bayonetta 3 for 8 years now that even if the ending is the best ending ever, which it was not, I don't even think there will be a 4, and I don't think 4 will even make it out. I honestly, guys, like, with that ending and the controversy about it with like Helena Harper or whatever the fuck her name is, or I don't even, Helena Harper, isn't that a character in Resident Evil? Whatever. Stupid transphobe bitch. With all the controversy, the ending, you know, so many people talking about it, so many people not wanting to buy the game, I genuinely do not think we will see a Bayonetta 4 for like 8+ years. And you can quote me on that. I don't know who this is marketed to anymore. And I don't know who is going to want to buy it or produce it. Like, if you're going to sell a game, how are you going to sell a game as Viola, like, on the cover? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know who is going to want to put money into that. You know what I'm saying? You can't just slap the name Bayonetta on Viola and you're like, all right. Woo! Like, what? Who is this for now? Very that. I don't get it. It's actually like targeted for like straight people. The ending, the every woman needs a man, like Viola being a cringe, like iFunny, JoJo Bizarre Adventure character. It's literally marketed towards like straight guys. It's getting weird. It's almost like they're prepping us for 4, and 4 is gonna be like fan service for the straights. The only people who would buy Bayonetta 4 are the ones who are actually there for just the gameplay. Yeah. I just feel like the franchise have a hard time replacing their main character. Like they're, like if they are so iconic and you want to play as them, people play Bayonetta for Bayonetta. Viola is whatever you want to make her, but I'm buying Bayonetta 4. I want to play as Bayonetta. I agree. I just like, you can't slap the name on Viola. Like, okay, let's look at it like this as well. Let's look at it like this. You buy Super Smash Bros, right? One of the most iconic video games of all time. You play Bayonetta in that. Solid. Easy. You load, say this is like taking place, God knows how long when Bayonetta 4 comes out. You load up Bayonetta 4, you buy the game. You open the game and you start playing on the controller. Who is this girl in the pink and yellow bob? This is not the girl I saw in Super Smash Bros. This is weird. It doesn't work in like, if you think critically, like a marketing standpoint, like you are a, like in like the scheme of things, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. If I was a business owner, I'm a mother of 2, I'm a scientist, I'm a grocery shopper. If I was Shark Tank, let's do Shark Tank. Let's do it. Chat, everybody, silent. Shush. Shark Tank, whatever that show is. If this man walked up to you, and I don't want to hear gaslighting, and I don't want to hear anything that's like just bullshit, like just to make me mad. If this man walked up to you, he pulls out a picture. I'm selling you this game. It says Bayonetta 4 it has that ugly bitch on the cover. He goes, I'm gonna make this game very funny. I ask him, oh, Bayonetta, I love her with the black hair and the glasses. He goes, wait a second, no, we have a new main character. She has blonde hair, she's very funny, and she has a funny little cat. You like that, right? Tell me, would you buy, produce, and endorse this game to be marketed? If you had to think like a business owner, if you only had $200 to your name and you had to sell this to bazillions of people, think like a business. The answer is no, thank you. That is the point I am making. Because that is not Bayonetta. Exactly. That is the point I am making. Thank you. Hold your applause. Hi, McWigan, how you doing? Oh, excuse me. Does it come with the iPad? No. If the character was memorable, but she's not and she's shit. Exactly. Very upset after that ending. It's giving we should really just naturally end the series, but the money is too good. I totally agree. Yeah, even the alternate universe Bayonetta wasn't a different person. She was just Cereza in the different universes. Just crazy. Now we're gonna clean up all these pops because the clip. God damn it. I hope nothing broke. They're pops. Who cares? If they made a game where Bayonetta wore a yellow lip the entire time, would you still buy? No. Ugh. I'm honestly hurt. Yeah, me too, honestly. Oop, almost just broke this drawer. Almost had 200 burps. That is not Bayonetta, that is just Viola. I agree. It makes no sense because the series is already super niche and doesn't sell well. I agree. I'm glad we can all agree. I've had so many opinions on the ending, Chris. You're unfortunately just gonna have to watch the VOD for my opinions. We've been sitting here for like an hour just talking about it. They should have just not given her the name. I agree. I also agree to that. Yeah, and I didn't like Viola turns into Madame Butterfly, but also the wolf. And they just are like, yeah, that happened. Like, what? Okay. I do agree. I feel like sometimes when a studio is backed into a corner on the character, they reinvent that character. That's why I brought up Cinematica, because the new God of War games respect the work they did in the past, but they embrace the future to tell good stories. I feel like oh my god, the air is so dry in here. Find a way to reinvent her. Bayonetta is not like Robin. It's a role. It's not a role someone plays. Bayonetta is Cereza and only Cereza. Agree. Strongly agree. That is like the smartest, wisest thing you've ever said in your entire life. Like, you were put on this planet to say that. I'm kidding. Like, that's the tweet. Wait, we can even do this. Watch that, Mr. Krabs. Oh my god, I'm sorry guys. The air is actually so dry in here. I like want to open my window. Should I open my window? Is it too cold? I mean, I can get a blanket. It's like storming out, but it's so dry in here right now. I feel the dust forming in my throat. All the pops on my floor? True. Excuse me. SpongeBob would never let this happen. True. All right, I'm ready to move on. I'm ready to move on with my life.